Hey there, Ryu. Hello, dude. How's it going? Welcome to another stream of Control. So, knock on wood, or touch wood, that there's no audio issues with the game today. Because I went the whole stream yesterday. The only audio issue was the dialogue audio not coming through on the cutscene, but that was due to the headset setting that I had, which was ironically a different headset setting that I'd ever used before, which still had that issue. So I abandoned that and went to stereo uncompressed, and thankfully for the whole stream there was no staticky audio issue. So here's hoping that wasn't just a one-off. Hopefully it'll be the same for the rest of the playthrough. You going well, Ryu? Oh, that's excellent to hear, dude. So this stream will be split into two, because it's Tuesday for me. I'll be continuing that Tuesday thing where I take like a break to go and get some things done, and then come back with another stream. And when playing Control, that'll be the only game that I stream on Tuesday for both streams. So Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays will be this game. So there will be a break eventually. So I'll probably stream for a few hours and then take a break and then come back after that break for a few more hours. There's this really cool thing in that music that goes kind of like goes. Alright, so search for black rock processing. I can access level 4 doors now too, so might backtrack. Ryu, needs more.
It's ridiculous.
Welcome back.
Why? If hiss is a frequency, then why couldn't it vibrate?
I've played
No
this
hiss
before.
followed you in, right?
This is Lynn Salvador, head of Bureau Security. I'm making a formal security order due to the incident in April, case number 21HQ593.
I think I've heard that one in this playthrough yet.
This is Lynn Salvador, head of Bureau Security. I'm making a formal security order due to the incident in April, case number 21HQ593. Improper use of the jukebox altered item led to 2 fatalities. We believe a pair of agents used the jukebox to travel to the quarry threshold and engage in inappropriate workplace behavior. An expedition team found them decomposing at the formation's base a week later. At least we found out the jukebox doesn't bring corpses back when the song ends. I'm having the jukebox placed in a secure location in the executive sector. It should never have been accessible to low clearance staff in the first place. The new location's security and proximity to a high-traffic area will prevent misuse, while still allowing for expedition teams to access it when required. See me for any further details.
Yes, that's about the jukebox. Which is here. So this is something that leads to kind of like a challenge area, which can be very difficult. But it's something you don't have to do. It's just a side thing that is like a gauntlet challenge type thing in a way. Gotta watch those low clearance staff though. They'll get up to any shenanigans. Jesse's like, I'm the director of this place now, so I can knock over furniture the way I see fit. Oh yeah, that's level 1 door. Level 4 door. You can access it now. Ah yes, this room, with all the post-it notes everywhere. The floors, the walls, and the roof. Sticky note complaint. To whom it may concern, in case you are not aware, something caused a sticky note in my office to duplicate. My office is unusable now. I will be working from home until this is resolved. You can reach me on my cell or home phone. Sincerely, J. Boza, Vice Chief of Staff. Duplicated, alright. Now, if only that same effect would happen with dollar bills. Now, that would be an awesome object of power to have. Dollar bills that just duplicates itself over and over and over again. Hell, make it $20 bills or $50 notes here in Australia. That'd be cool. Having that duplicate over and over again.
We should be out there. Those things are killing our buddies while we babysit the execs.
You heard Marshall. We need to be smart.
Sounds like the new director is handling things as well as she can.
Oh yeah, we've listened to that before.
Physical alterations in his corrupted organism are very
It's a boardroom.
Another box of ammo.
Fast travel to Dead Letters. Thanks for posting to the Discord, Ryu. I'll check that out. Kicks a rock accidentally creates a timeline where the Mario movies feature a cast of Mortal Kombat actors. Oh yeah, so Robin Shou as Mario, Jess McNamee as Princess Peach, Brian, I can't remember his last name, as Bowser. That's really cool, Ryu. Lyndon Ashby as Luigi, Christopher Lambert as Toad, Michael Jai White as Donkey Kong, and Kerry Hiroyuki Sagawa as Kamek. And Shin posted, Australians have accidentally been eating a fish unknown to science. Thank goodness, usually it's the other way around. Fish unknown to science is eating Australians. Oh yeah, absolutely, Ryu. Holy shit. Yeah, Robin Shou would be a much better choice for Mario than friggin' Chris Pratt. Jeez. A TV extra who's the worst in the world would be better than Chris Pratt as Mario. Yeah, still can't really access that area yet. At least the hotline chamber. Alright. It'll be so good when I can actually get the levitate move.
Marshall knows something about Dylan. Is he here? Is he all right? HRAs first. They'll help save everyone, including Dylan, once I find him. Can you keep him safe? Like you do with me?
Executive personnel protection. Go to the mail room. Bada bing, bada boom. There we go. Hey there, Spectrum. How's things going? Achievement unlocked. Proper handling procedures. Use launch to throw a grenade or rocket. Achievement unlocked. First on the scene. Complete one bureau alert. Excellent, done. So sometimes bureau alerts pop up, and if you go to the area where the alert is, and then do a specific thing, you'll actually get some rewards. Spectrum, doing well, and you? Oh, that's great to hear, Spectrum. I'm glad to hear that you're going well. And I'm going really good. My Tuesday's off to a great start. Alright, so energy recovery you have level 3, so we can... Energy recovery speed level 3, so we can get rid of the level 2 one. Get rid of level 1 energy recovery speed. Got 2 of these that are level 2, but this one's launch energy cost is minus 11, whereas this is minus 10.
Marshall knows something about Dylan. Is he here? Is he alright? HRAs first. They'll help save everyone, including Dylan, once I find him. Can you keep him safe? Like you do with me?
Keeping my eyes open. We ain't out of the woods yet.
Field Training Actor Complaint. I'd like to file a formal complaint regarding the unauthorized use of my voice in a state of quality that I did not agree on. The fact that they were planning to use material from what I thought was a rehearsal was not communicated to me at all. Had it been, I would have disallowed the use of those recordings. I want use of the Ranger Field Training course recorded messages to halt immediately. I will not stand for this humiliation among my peers. I will go to HR with this if necessary. Signed, Randall Pulaski. So here is one of these missions. A good defense. Investigate the training course. Field Training Registration Desk. Authorization from Quartermaster required for entry. Unregistered personnel will not be admitted. Well, I think that Jessie will be fine. She's the director of the agency now. Notice, this training course is designed for combat personnel with basic weapons proficiency. If you are not eligible for this course and believe you require combat training, please speak with your supervisor.
So I just read this. Welcome to the Ranger Field Training course. The course must be completed in the specified amount of time. When you're ready to start, press the button. Is that all, or?
I always did love obstacle courses.
No wonder why the guy didn't want the use of his recording, because he thought it was a rehearsal part. Hey Dr. Sour Patch, welcome to you. How's it going? Fun fact of the day, guns don't make us violent, lag does. Lag definitely makes a lot of people go a lot of different ways. That's for sure.
Get ready, Ranger. Course starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go.
I can't really remember what I need to do here, but...
45 seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Seconds remaining.
Ah, you piece of shit.
5 seconds remaining. Course failed. Try again, Ranger.
Alright. So I did pretty good. Alright, let's try again.
Get ready, Ranger. Course starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go. "45 seconds remaining. Seconds remaining.
Grab the thing I want you. There we go.
5 seconds remaining. Course failed.
That piece of shit.
Get ready, Ranger. Course starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, open the fucking door.
Go. Seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Five seconds remaining. Congratulations, Rainer. Wait, can I do that one again?
There we go.
Guessing this isn't usually part of the course. It's protecting itself.
Plastic Tree Procedures. Holiday Memories Tree. Altered Item 14-AE. Containment Procedure. Item must be contained within a soundproof cell. Description: Altered Effect. A Holiday Memories brand white plastic tree with green plastic stand. The item repeats words and phrases spoken within a range of redacted feet, always in a tone below redacted hertz. This verbal mimicry has profoundly distressing effects on the individual it is copying. The item was taken from the Redacted, a Canadian research station established on Ross Island in Antarctica, where it was used to celebrate the holiday season. In 1979, solar radiation damaged the radio, severing the base's only means of communication with the world. After the frozen passages opened, a military expedition visited the base to re-establish contact. They found the base's occupants in various states of madness, rambling about voices in the tree. Military personnel discovered they also heard the tree speaking. After locking the item in a supply crate, they brought it back to the mainland, at which point the Bureau intervened.
Shield.
Now we have the shield ability. Oh, starts me right at the start of the fucking course again. That'd be right. Achievement unlocked. Insular telekinesis. Obtain the
Damn,
shield
you have a
ability.
shield.
Let's pierce zoom boost. Let's reload speed. Doesn't matter about those. Home safe. Object of power 22 KE. No unique procedures required. The object is a guardhouse brand home safe. Weight measurements vary. When bound, the object allows paratalitarians to telekinetically gather items and debris from their surroundings. The object is currently bound by Redacted. Discovered in the basement of a home in Redacted, Ohio, the object gained rapid interest in certain online forums dedicated to opening abandoned safes. After moments of failure, the owner attempted to open it with explosives. The object survived with no physical damage. Bureau agents were dispatched, now confident of its paranatural nature. Blood occasionally emerges from seam around the object's door. Tests confirm the blood is not human. X-rays taken of the object indicate that something is trapped inside, though the images are always blurred, which indicates the contents of the object are moving. All attempts to open the object have been unsuccessful. Acquisition date 11/28/2014. Alright, weapon, armor, damage upgrade. I've already got that equipped. So we'll deconstruct those ones. Spin, ammo efficiency. Rid of that. Get rid of that. We also got some more skill points from that, so that's good. That's the training course done. Spectrum, do you ever play Resident Evil? I absolutely do. When the remake of Resident Evil 4 comes out, I'll be doing playthroughs of the remakes of 1, 2, and 3 before it comes out. Abilities, we have 5. Now have upgrades to shield strength that we can get. Let's increase health by 20% again. What about Zero? I won't have time to play Zero as well. It'll just be the remakes that I'm playing before the remake of 4 comes out. Yeah, I actually don't mind Resident Evil Zero. I think it's a good Resident Evil game. It's probably not a Resident Evil game I would personally jump right into to play at any point, if you know what I mean. Like, I'd have to psych myself up for it and have it be part of like a marathon kind of thing. For a while now, I've wanted to do a marathon of Resident Evil on the channel. It's just that in October, there's not very many days. Plus, there's all these other horror games. So it's been a while since I did a Resident Evil marathon where I played through all the games. Plus, I can also play the original versions of Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3 on stream now too, so that adds extra games on top. There's some Resident Evil games too, like Code Veronica, that I'm not really a big fan of. So I wouldn't really play that too often. In fact, I wish they were actually doing a remake of Code Veronica as well. But Zero is interesting with the two characters, how you can switch between them, but you can also use both of them on the same screen at once. And some puzzles require you to use one over the other, etc. And you can sort of like drop items on the ground and then come back to them later and pick them up, which was something that none of the other Resident Evil games let you do. If you haven't played any of them, should you start with Zero? You don't really have to if you don't want to, because Resident Evil Zero, while it is a prequel, there's nothing about Resident Evil 1 that if you haven't played Zero you won't be able to understand. Resident Evil Zero is kind of like a extra story, if you will, where they're like, hey, you know this character from Resident Evil 1, Rebecca? Here's a game where you play as her and this other guy named Billy, and you see events that happen to her on her way to the mansion. But the actual story in Resident Evil 1 doesn't require you to have experienced the story of Resident Evil Zero to know what's going on. Where am I at the moment? I am maintenance, central maintenance, cool. Alright, so Black Rock Processing, back this way. Oh, new bureau alert. Personnel protection. Go to parapsychology. Alright, cool. Recording chair procedures. Before using the recording devices, please ensure the following safety measures are met. 1. Ensure the volunteer is securely fastened in their chair. 2. Ensure the hood is placed over the volunteer's head. This will prevent the volunteer from taking in visual stimuli during the recording process, which can lower the quality of captured footage. This also prevents recording technicians from viewing the volunteer's face, which undergoes muscle spasms during recording that some consider upsetting. 3. Check if the volunteer is comfortable. 4. Activate the recording apparatus. 5. After recording is complete, check volunteer cognitive ability using the provided questionnaire. Reminder, do not be alarmed if the length of recorded footage exceeds the volunteer's period of unconsciousness. Astral dilation is a known issue. If any problems arise during this process, contact your supervisor. Precognitive powers. Nadine, send this to research for analysis regarding my precognitive powers. Urgent, Dr. Darling. Last night I had a dream. In the dream, I was given the solution to a staffing problem I'd been presented with just yesterday. The problem is of a confidential nature and must therefore remain unclarified here, but I can assure you that the method through which I received this helpful information was undeniably paranatural. I can only draw the conclusion that I possess exceptional precognitive abilities and as such offer my services to the Bureau's research teams. We must utilize my powers for the greater good. Signed, Mr. Francis Bertram. I like that. So he had a dream. In the dream, he was given the solution to a staffing problem you'd be presented with just yesterday. Right. So normal cognitive processes could not have been the cause for you to come up with a solution to a problem, because no one in the history of the world has ever solved a problem through having a dream about the solution. So that must mean you're extra special. It's like, fair enough, okay. When was this? Hypnosis lab. Research, hypnosis. Probably just haven't come across that yet. Yeah, Spectrum. That guy just wanted to get onto the special cases. Alright, we can't go there yet, but that's for a different thing. Protective Studies Synchronicity Lab. Oh no, the statics come back. Ah! No, the statics come back. Ah! See, I told you I can't trust it. All day yesterday, 7 hours or so I think the stream was, no static issue. An hour into this stream, static issue. It's absolute fucking bullshit. Can't fucking win. Hey there, Rosie. Welcome. Yeah, can't catch a fucking break with this static issue. Like, holy shit. Whole stream yesterday doesn't happen. An hour into this stream happens. Well, looks like this is another game that the next time I play through it, I'll have to do the Xbox One version. And hope it doesn't happen with that one too, because there's been some Xbox One games that it happens to as well. So far, the only Xbox games that are actually immune to it happening are original Xbox games and Xbox 360 games. Darling, budget request. Dear Dr. Darling, I suspect my colleague Dr. Harrington has already contacted you asking for an increase in her department's budget. I'm not surprised. Parapsychology has always been the squeaky wheel, all fuss but no results. Parakinesiology has always been the stronger department. More breakthroughs, more tangible data, more usable research. I'm sure a man of your esteem can plainly see which department is more deserving of the budget increase. Just think what those additional resources could do for an already formidable research team. Anyway, I know you're a fan of single malt, so I left a bottle of well-aged brown on your desk. Yours in admiration, Dr. Abraham Lewis.
I've been fielding questions recently regarding HRAs. What are they for? Do you always need to wear them? And what's the deal with the Hadron resonance anyway? Fuck. Despite what you may have heard, HRAs are not monitoring devices. We're not tracking your movements or listening to your conversations while you're wearing them. We do that regardless whether or not you're wearing an HRA. Think of them as a life preserver. Only instead of water, the thing HRAs protect you from is classified. One day that classified, not water, might pour in, and you'll be glad you got an HRA keeping you afloat. And if you don't have an HRA, don't worry. It'll be quick and painless. Kidding. I'm kidding. We're making more.
Yes, Spectrum, not a bribe at all. That in no way could possibly have been a bribe that doctor was doing.
Recently, regarding HRAs. What are they for? Do you always need to wear them? And
Resonance theory. Utilization of paranatural elements. Resonance. Summary. Resonance, it's there but we can't see it. It vibrates around us, through us, from us. But what if the vibration is conscious? What could a force like that do? Redacted opened the door to a redacted I've called redacted. The redacted emits a force that is far beyond the forces we've previously dealt with. It has shown me so much that I have to wonder, is resonance the key element in all altered phenomenon? AWEs, altered items, objects of power, do they share a common redacted that we've yet to discover? We can harmonize control points. What else would the correct frequency allow us to achieve? What if resonance has been the answer this whole time? Refer to file redacted for full report. Rosie kidding, as in it won't be painless at all.
what's the
Yeah.
deal with the Hadron resonance anyway?
Yeah, definitely would be very, very painful. Astral plane. Examination of paranatural topics. The astral plane and the objects of power. The Bureau has spent years studying why objects of power transport users into the astral plane when touched. My predecessor, Dr. Ash, theorized that a potential receptacle, determined by Jungian archetypes and the collective subconscious, would be inhabited by paranatural energies when an AWE occurred in its vicinity. Creating an altered item, over time, a link was created by the redacted and the astral plane to that item, making it an object of power. So many additional theories have been raised since Dr. Ash's time. Objects of power were placed on Earth as tests by some astral entity. Our dimension was once part of the astral plane, and the objects were left behind as its borders receded. The astral plane was an early threshold into the oldest house, but the connection was severed, and now the two are linked solely through the objects of power. I will attempt to disprove some of these in order to thin the herd. Hopefully the truth will emerge. Refer to file 632-6498 for full report.
Despite
Report.
what you may have heard,
Report now.
HRAs are not binary devices.
Astral Plane Counter Essay. Alternate perspective. Objects of power and their astral connections. Dr. Darling is insistent that certain objects of power share a direct connection to the Redacted, an entity or group of entities that we have little information on, or little that I am allowed to access. In his written reports, he states that there is a clear link between these objects of power, the Redacted, the astral plane, and the oldest house itself. His work supposes these links are innate, a fact ingrained into the very Redacted of objects, such as the hotline or the service weapon. But what if these particular objects were never linked to the Redacted, but had that connection forced upon them? Isn't it strange that no other objects of power require such direct contact with the Redacted? Isn't it strange that using the service weapon or the hotline will result in grievous harm or even death if the user is not the director, or at least worthy of the role? Why do we assume this involvement by the Redacted is a natural fact and not something more redacted? Refer to file 623-93-82 for full report.
We're not tracking your movements. Listening to your conversations while you're wearing them.
We do that regardless of whether you're wearing a HRA or not.
Do that regardless whether or not you're wearing an HRA.
Achievement unlocked. Paranatural collection. Collect more than 100,000 souls. Holy shit. But the thing about that is, last year when I attempted to play through this game, I went for 4 hours until I realized that the dialogue audio wasn't coming through in the cutscenes. So any achievements that I've gotten accumulating things also includes the progress that I made in that playthrough, which was very short-lived because I abandoned it. So the amount that I got with that achievement would have included that particular attempt at a playthrough. Spectrum, who's this Redacted fellow? Yeah, Redacted gets around a lot. There must be multiples of him too. Just everywhere. Redacted Redacted was redacted, and Redacted Redacted Redacted. Redacted Redacted was there, and Redacted happened too. Redacted was once Redacted Redacted. The secret to the Redacted universe redacted is that Redacted universe redacted meant redacted. It is not clear whether Redacted was redacted, but Redacted is redacted. He's in all the games, he must be famous. Absolutely. Night. The world is mine with nobody else out here. It's time, run wild and royally cavalier. To burn, ignite, I'd do it for so much less. When all is made clear, there is nothing else. And here we stand, the sweet arresting duality. And I come to its resin all over me. Will I awake? Will I get a ride with you? In this race of two, we're an endless stream of choices. We're the softest murmur of voices. Without names, we're fantasizing, dancing like flames, mesmerizing. My dark disquiet playing such eerie harmonies, making waves and diving under. Lighting to the sound of thunder, my dark disquiet singing such haunting melodies. So white, so still, so bright, it's almost too painful now. I'm ready to fight, to run from the light, and here now comes the sunset, corruption reality. While now I'm free, will I once cease to be? Will I awake? Will I get a ride with you? In the race of two, we are momentary masters. We are false kings and bastards. Without names, we're fantasizing. We are marionetted by strings animated, yet like lovers of strings liberated. Without names, we're fantasizing. Brothers by blood, separated. Marionettes animated, lovers of strings liberated. So this is actually lyrics to a song that we're going to be hearing soon by Poets of the Fall, who are constant collaborators with Remedy Entertainment with a lot of their games. Hey there, Code. Chalks up, this is a washout. It sure is. Song questionnaire. Auditory experience 84C. Poets of the Fall. My Dark Disquiet. Answer questions within 2 minutes of listening. 1. Did the song elicit any particular memories? If so, elaborate. 2. Did you at any point feel a strong emotion? If so, what emotion? 3. Did a clear image of a weapon appear at your mind during the song? If so, elaborate. 4. Provide a detailed description of your current surroundings as you see them. 5. Have you ever heard the murmur of voices when no one is present? If so, what did they say? Do you hear them now? 6. Please choose one from each of the following pairs. 6A, 1 or 2. 6B, A or B. 6C, day or night. 6D, apple or orange. 6E, burn out or to fade away. Well, as the Kurgan once said in Highlander, it's better to burn out than to fade away. Which I do believe is also part of lyrics of a song as well. That he was quoting in that movie. Alright, so I love this song.
Night, the world, it's mine. With nobody else out here, it's time, run wild and royally cavalier. To burn, ignite, I do it for so much less. When all is made clear, there is nothing else. And here we stand, the sweet, arresting duality. And I come to, it's resin all over me. Will I awake? Will I get a ride with you? In this race of two, we're an endless stream of choices, with the softest murmur of voices. Without names, we're fantasizing, dancing like flames, mesmerizing. A dark disquiet playing such eerie harmonies, making waves and diving under, lightning to the sound of thunder. A dark disquiet singing such haunting melodies. So white, so still, so bright, it's almost too painful now. I'm ready to fight, to run from the light. And here now comes the sweet, corrupting reality. While now I'm free, will I once cease to be? Will I awake? Will I get a ride with you in this race
There we go. And that was Poets of the Fall. And that was the song My Dark Disquiet. There's the lyrics on the board, but I've already read those, so I'm not going to read them again. And that's not the only Poets of the Fall song in this game either. Some other really good ones too. It's not safe to go down there yet. Don't have the levitate ability yet. Have I seen this before? Introduction to Paranatural Topics Presentation 23.4. I think I've already played this.
Hypothesis was that the mindscape of the
Yep.
astral plane is
Already
subjective,
have.
but that was fast proven wrong. It's natural. Not a construct, though it is.
Alright. Let's not worry about that now. Go to pneumatics. Don't think I've got that unlocked as a place. Pneumatics. Okay, so that's up that way. Just need to check something for a second. Central Executive.
Pope wants us to compile all of Darling's data entries from the past month. She must think it's crazy. I agree. The HRA's
Did you see me take down one of those flying motherfuckers?
Bullshit, you did.
You want me to go to research? Haul it here for you to see? I'll do it. Doubt me again and I'll fucking do it.
You tell him.
Director better not think about hitting my department with a reorg.
No Hiss followed you in, right?
changing labyrinth can never pass through. Dimensional research. Every measure of security.
I'm averse to using objects of power. I don't want to lean on things I ultimately can't trust. But the ashtray and the cigarette, smoking there forever, have their uses. The ashtray maze they conjure is an impossibly changing labyrinth that no one but the Binder, and those the Binder invites, can ever pass through. The things we hid in dimensional research, the things Darling studies, the danger and the risk involved, call for every measure of security and protection I could bring to the table. The maze, hands down, is our strongest lock. I gave Darling and his chosen crew license to pass through the maze. Lately, I've started to think I should revoke that license.
The ashtray maze. There's no way I'm going to get to that pneumatics thing now, but I think I have to come back here later as well. I can't actually complete the ashtray maze this early in the game. Alright, time to actually focus on the main mission this time. Going to Black Rock Processing.
are on. They should be open.
We're looking to get a room for the night. Hello? I don't think anyone's there, honey. Come on. We'll go to that motel we passed a while back.
And there we go. I'll be curious to see in the sequel to this game, which has been announced. I wonder if these other doors will be accessible in the sequel.
Okay, we need to find a way to Blackrock Processing. That's where Marshall said we'd find a prison.
Atlas Theory, Structural Analysis, the Atlas. The Atlas is a physical expression created by the oldest house. Its purpose and function are currently unknown. The specific shape and dimensions of the Atlas, see file ATL03 for said dimensions, seem to indicate a more explicit purpose than the oldest house's usual walls, floors, or shifts. The Atlas changes form but resists observation when doing so. No visual observation has been made during its change, and it only ever occurs between frames when monitored by surveillance cameras. A previous theory was that this change corresponds to house shifts and that the Atlas is a redacted of the redacted itself. However, the shape changes do not occur at the same time as the building shifts, which makes this theory doubtful. Structurally, the Atlas is made of the same redacted material as the rest of the oldest house. Further observation will hopefully aid in discovering its purpose. Refer to file 837-3592 for full report. Rosie, why is everything's 70s in here? Don't know. I think maybe it's just a stylistic choice they went with, and maybe the Bureau, because it operated in the 1970s, maybe they just liked keeping it that way after the 70s happened. Not sure.
During an AWE investigation, our agents discovered a light switch cord in a beautiful... During an AWE investigation, our agents discovered a light switch cord in a Butte bungalow closet. They pulled the cord and were instantly transported to the Ocean View Motel and Casino. Dream like haze. Whoa. Inside, they found a door marked with an inverted black pyramid. And just like that, it led back to the oldest house, some 2,000 miles from Montana. Now we're finding the cord in increasing numbers throughout the Bureau. Somehow the two places, they became in tune to each other. The actual physical location of the Ocean View is a mystery. Stepping beyond its walls has so far proven impossible. A place of power, like the oldest house.
It's a place of power, it's gotta be. Hey there, Lidus. You want to punch this doc, do you? Don't you like Dr. Darling? They put Doc Ronnie on, it would have been a much better game. Yeah, I could definitely see Ronnie would be good in that kind of role. How's it going, dude? Well, thank you for the lurking. I appreciate it, dude. You just ended your shift. So how was it? I hope it was well. Hey there, Shin. I saw that post you made in the Discord about the fish. That was really funny. It was nice, Lidus. Oh, that's good. It's always good when they end up like that. Jin, that's why you posted it. That's good.
I'm glad to see you're still you. Medic?
Marshall, Trench's behavior. Have you noticed the recent tension between Trench and Darling? They've both been acting odd lately. Trench concerns me the most. His sudden hostility towards Darling's project is very unlike him. He was the one to approve all this Hedron research in the first place, but after Darling unveiled those HRAs, he was livid. I personally don't see any reason not to equip Bureau staff with an additional protective device, especially not if it's as strong as Darling says. What do you make of this? Have you seen anything from either of them that strikes you as odd? Let's talk in person soon before the next Bureau heads meeting. M. Shin, you're about to play a Spider-Man game. Well, that's good. Hopefully the controller doesn't stick too much.
What's the damage?
They've each taken a few hits. We need to get them to a surgical station ASAP, but I don't think they're stable enough to move.
Oh yeah? Well, they're gonna have to be, because we are moving out and I am not leaving them behind. Now do what you need to do. Hey, thanks for bringing down that... whatever the fuck that was. But we are barely holding on here, boss. How's the situation outside maintenance?
What do I tell him? The truth is harsh, but these people seem familiar with death.
The Hiss are everywhere. Most of the Bureau is lost. We need Blackrock Prism to make more HRAs for any survivors in the safe rooms. I'm here to check Darling's Blackrock lab.
So to recap, death, disaster, and imminent destruction. Another day at the FBC. Well, Darling's lab is just past Blackrock processing. But I got good news and I got bad news on that front. Good news is, it's right down the hall. Bad news is, a Hiss monster has decided to move in, so that's great.
Monster.
That's what the Rangers said. The ones that survived, anyway. We are just treading water here, and the Hiss keep coming. Salvador would know what to do, but apparently he took a security team into the containment sector just before the lockdown happened, and, well, no one's seen him since. But hey, at least we got you, our fearless leader.
They shouldn't rely on me. They don't know me. They don't know how I've failed people.
You've done a good job here, Arish, but you should take your people and get to the base in Executive. You can regroup there. I'll go deal with this monster. I'm getting kind of used to them.
Aye, aye, Faden. And be sure to put a bullet in that thing for me.
Find the Blackrock Prism. Actually, hang on, before I do, I just want to backtrack.
I'm not doing so hot. You're fine. We'll push through this.
The Hiss are the ones doing the pushing, Doc.
They just kept pushing, sir. Alright, there we go. Now let's go back this way.
Hey, remember the deal. You kill a Hiss, I buy a shot. Bottom shelf only.
Bottom shelf only.
Arish wasn't kidding about that monster.
Swan Boat Procedures. Swan Boat, altered item 19KE. No unique procedures required. Item is made of fiberglass, painted to resemble a swan. Foot pedals allow the item to propel forward in water. The item emits a pulse of a physical force at an estimated force of redacted. Possible connection to object of power 5. Measuring exact force created by the item has been hindered by concerns from the Human Resources Department. The item was seized from an activity rental service called Redacted, located on Lake Redacted, on Vancouver Island, Canada. Alfred ejected numerous riders over the course of a summer, bringing the boat to the attention of the media. The item was transported to the Bureau by helicopter. A containment specialist accompanied it, sent to recite formulas C9 through 32 recursively. What occurred in the helicopter is not known, but all agents were lost in the crash. The item was recovered and then transported by train. It arrived at the Bureau without further incident. Hey there, KC. You didn't recognize the channel without that creepy profile picture? Yeah, I changed the name of the channel at the start of this year. I'd come up with the name halfway through last year, but I didn't want to make the change until 2023. So here we are, yeah. Took off the horror theme, so did away with that. And wanted to keep Rod, so I kept that. And decided to change it to something like Legion, because whenever I raid people now, it's cool to, you know, say it's a Rod Legion raid with everyone coming over. And wanted to get rid of the horror theme as well. Only because I wanted to make sure that people new to the channel didn't just leave because they were expecting a horror-only streamer and saw me playing games that weren't horror and then left. So I think it's better to have a name that doesn't give people the wrong impression about what type of games you play. Even though I do play horror games, but they're not the only game that I stream on the channel.
You
so
showed me the HRA when I first got here, and the machine that makes them. Can you help me find a prism? Shit! They're shattered. Not a single prism left. What the fuck? Let's hurry up and find Darling's lab.
Hiss Distorted Agent. Hiss Distorted agents are able to render themselves invisible and emit a powerful concussive blast when in close range of their target. Curiously, the Hiss Distorted is apparently not able to utilize both abilities at once. It must make itself visible when it goes on the offensive. The Hiss Distorted is unique in the fact that it wields a paranatural ability previously unknown to the Bureau, perhaps tapping into a yet undiscovered object of power. How does this invisibility work? Does the Distorted become resonance temporarily? Does it use Hiss resonance to refract light? The physical deformation of this particular Hiss entity is noteworthy in its thoroughness. Clearly, the human host would have died from such extreme alteration, which prompts the question, are the corrupted simply animated corpses? Refer to file redacted for full report. I hate those enemies with a passion, especially when you're doing the jukebox challenges.
There are areas in the oldest house where, under the right conditions,
BlackRock. Utilization of paranatural elements. BlackRock. BlackRock has allowed the Bureau to make great strides in containment procedures since it was first discovered. This report will examine how its very structure is comprised of redacted density that nullifies all resonances within a range of redacted to redacted hertz. Bureau innovations that incorporate BlackRock will be analyzed, most notably the fire breaks, feats of engineering destined to contain any future outbreaks, attacks, or other internal threats. The goal of this report is to encourage Bureau staff to explore further innovations using BlackRock, as work in that field has markedly slowed in recent years. Refer to file 593-1733 for full report.
frequencies match, other dimensions leak in. We call these areas thresholds. The quarry is one of the more stable thresholds in the maintenance sector. That's where BlackRock comes.
You heard that too, right? Black rock comes from a threshold, the quarry. So, the prisms must be there too.
The prisms. We'll play that video now, Dr. Darling speaking.
There are areas in the oldest house where, under the right conditions, when the frequencies match, other dimensions leak in. We call these areas thresholds. The quarry is one of the more stable thresholds in the maintenance sector. That's where BlackRock comes from. Extra-dimensional matter. It has the unique property of blocking out a lot of frequencies. A good thing. It keeps things stable, contained. Think of it as paranatural lead. Our research involves many dangerous things we absolutely need to keep in check. That's what the Black Rock Line fire breaks are about. The panopticon container cells.
Sorry to interrupt, sir, but I need the code for the quarry elevator.
Oh, Emily. The codes. Blackrock 665. Neighbor of the Beast. Get it? We can do that again if you... That's what the Black Rock Line fire breaks are about. The panopticon container cells.
Sorry to interrupt, sir, but I need the code for the quarry elevator.
Darling's key.
Emily.
This should get us into the quarry.
665. Neighbor of the Beast. Get it? We can do that again if you...
Actually, how many? Oh, there's a few. I'll grab them later. Now that we have clearance to level 5 doors, there's some level 5 doors in previous areas that we can get to.
Everything here is crazy. Weird, but it feels right. Like how the world should be. I am in an infinite building leading to different dimensions, and I never want to leave. Even with all the horror, I'm happy. It feels sane. Or just the right kind of insane.
NSC, Dynamic Energy Extraction and Conversion, Redacted Sarcophagus Container. The NSC was designed by order of Deputy Chief Trench shortly before he became director. The container provides a safe method of extraction of Redacted's excess energy output while acting as a humane way to house him. The coolant pumps keep the container and its Redacted from overheating while the energy is siphoned. The energy is then conducted to the converters where it is rendered into a Redacted through the use of turbine generators. The electricity produced powers the entire Bureau, making us completely self-sufficient and effectively invisible on the New York City grid. After NSC-01's disappearance by some unknown manifestation of Redacted's power, the occupant was restrained and a second model was built. NSC-02 possesses built-in spatial anchors that are designed to prevent any translocative effect from its occupant. Refer to file 923-0544 for full report. Alright, so I currently have health plus 15. Oh no, that's health recovery. Yeah, but I've currently got health boost plus 15, and this one level 2 is 22, so I'll equip that in its place, and then that'll be that. Deconstruct that. Hey there, Lizzie. Good evening to you. How's things going? Lizzie, besides getting over a cold, everything else is going well. That really sucks, Lizzie, that you've had a cold. I'm glad to hear that you're getting over it, but still, it's bloody annoying when that kind of thing happens. Glad to hear that everything else is going well, though.
Elevator's broken. Gotta get down the old-fashioned way.
Quarry equipment order. We need additional diamond blades ASAP. Continuous rim this time to get the clean-cut research wants. This black rock shit is tough. We're going through blades like we're made of the damn things. The dimensions for these slabs of black rock they want are outrageous. For all the grief they're causing me, these fire breaks better fucking work a treat. Go ahead and double the last order.
Not what I expected.
Quarry Incident. Incident report regarding quarry operations. During my weekly safety inspection of the quarry threshold, I discovered the entire crew in a state of redacted. The whole team was redacted, aligned and staring in a uniform direction, the city in the distance. Despite my most vocal efforts to gain their attention, they remained redacted for more than redacted minutes until I had to resort to literally redacted. Afterwards, they were dazed and could not provide any rationale for their behavior or any specific memories of engaging in it. My official recommendation for any crew working in a threshold area is to either shorten the length of their shifts or to carry out mandatory psychological evaluations on a weekly basis, or preferably both. And maybe we should order another expedition to the city. Refer to file 558-3096 for full report.
And there it is, right where you led me. The HRAs, the prisms, they mean something to you. I need to get this prism to Marshall before it's too late. HRAs, then Dylan.
That's right, can't go there yet.
Darling's key. This should get us into the quarry.
Collins, any word on survivors?
We've located numerous safe rooms with survivors inside. We're waiting on HRAs before we open them. Once we can safely bring them out, the survivors will be escorted here straight away.
Wonderful. Keep me updated.
Had to take a detour into the quarry, but I found plenty. Here.
We will start HRA production immediately. I promised I'd tell you about Dylan once you helped us.
This is it. She knows. 17 years I've waited.
Your brother is here. He was once known as Prime Candidate 6, codenamed P6. We brought him here after the Ordinary event. He was groomed to be the future director. He had talents far beyond any other candidate in the program.
Of course he did. We found you together. We share a bond. Are you with him now?
So you kidnapped him?
We took him in. Your parents vanished along with every other adult in Ordinary. Eventually, his power changed him. There were casualties. He wasn't fit to be the director.
Did you know about this? Is this why you didn't bring me here sooner? Were you keeping me away?
Where is Dylan?
He's kept in the containment sector, in the Panopticon.
My brother. I thought we were the same. What if we are?
I'm going. Now.
I expected as much. I need to go check on something. Something I cannot let the Hiss find. It shouldn't take long, but you must watch the Bureau while I'm gone. And remember, Dylan is dangerous. Do not let him out, Director Faden.
How do I make her stop calling me that? I'm not here for them. Nothing simple here. These people took my brother, but they've accepted me without question. Are they my enemies or my friends? I need to see Dylan. I need to know. I wish you could tell me what you know, explain things. Just stay with me, okay? I could use a friend right now.
Achievement unlocked. Threshold. Complete mission 5.
Another box of ammo unaccounted for. Nobody respects the clipboard.
Rosie, this lady's seen some shit. Absolutely. Yeah, she sure has. Over the years that she's been Marshal of the Bureau.
Who does she think she is, authorizing that kind of data breach?
She must think he's hiding something. And I agree. The HRAs alone are proof Darling knew more than he let on.
Alrighty then, let's increase launch damage. Launch large enemies when their health is low, we'll grab that.
We don't have the facilities here to analyze something as complex as the hiss. Pope's delusional.
Faden, did you find a prism?
Linguistic ability. Analysis of the hiss threat part 2. Researchers were sent to transcribe the recursive chant repeated by the hiss entities. In the interest of safety, this was done with the non-aggressive floating hiss entities. However, no distinction between this repeating phrase and the one repeated by the more violent hiss entities has been observed. What is the purpose of this repeating string of words? Is this how the hiss corrupts individuals? Does the chant produce a physical effect? Is it a message? An incantation? We were able to record a first-hand recitation of the chanting. See the corresponding audio record. Refer to file redacted for full report.
Jesse, when you were down in research, did you run into a Dr. Rhea Underhill?
I didn't. Who is she?
She is a colleague of mine. A researcher studying a kind of extra-dimensional mold growing below research.
Well, I don't like the sound of that.
No one does. Look, I haven't heard from Rhea since the hiss arrived. Would you mind having a look around for her next time you're in research?
Of course.
Thanks, Jesse. Now, what's on your mind?
I visited the quarry. What's the plan for all that black rock?
The Bureau has used Blackrock almost exclusively for containment purposes. See, I say, branch out. Instead of boxes, helmets. Instead of blast shields, knives.
Knives?
Yes, knives. So many combat applications. Slicing, stabbing, gouging. Sorry. I've been trying to get Darling to explore combat applications for years. I got a little excited.
Wow, I did not expect that from her.
I love how she said all that. It's like knives for stabbing, slashing, and gouging. Well, she's got a point. That would be quite good to have as defensive weapons. Attacking, offensive weapons, I mean.
This place is looking good. Arish is making real progress around here.
Right? This place is a fortress. With him taking care of operations here, I can spend more time analyzing the hiss. I've been attempting to isolate and neutralize the hiss resonance in blood samples, but no luck so far.
So you can't reverse it?
Not yet, but perhaps reversing it is too simple. See, if hiss resonance can rewrite human genetics, then perhaps it's a question of rewriting the hiss resonance. In theory, that could pave the way for custom human genetic alteration.
I wonder how often the phrase mad scientist is used around here. How is HRA production coming along?
Better than expected. We've already made enough to get people out of a couple safe rooms. They're here, alive, thanks to you. And we never would have lasted this long if you hadn't walked in those doors.
You deserve thanks too, of course. We got this place up and running together, Emily. I should be going. Enjoy your data.
Oh, I will. See you when you get back.
All these references to Hedron? There's something we're missing.
Motherfuckers?
Bullshit, you did.
You want me to go to research? Haul it here for you to see? I'll do it. Doubt me again and I'll fucking do it.
Janitor had any of this. I never trusted that freak.
I wonder if other species would
Hey, Artie's not a freak. Maybe you should look in the mirror, you'll see a freak. Holy shit, this is where pneumatics is. There was a thing earlier in pneumatics and I forgot where it was. Oh well. Now I know where it is for next time it happens.
containment sector has blown to pussy splinters. The work won't end even if you keep doing it. back. What killer back? They are very good listeners. You can tell them anything. Or you can sing to them. They like that.
This one's funny, where you have to talk to the plants.
Itching for some real action.
So useless right now.
At least we're not Hiss.
Yet.
Hey there, Fewer. Hello to you. I hope things are going well. You won't be able to sleep with the show on anymore due to a change in life circumstances, so you'll only be hanging out from time to time. That's totally understandable, Fewer, for sure. You know, things change and you can't always do the same things that you could do before. That's definitely understandable. Oh, really few they have. Oh, that's cool. That's definitely great. It's always good when things change for the better. ...2023 is going to be a good year. Good things will happen. That is excellent to hear. It's always good to know that you're in for a great year. Ah, here we go. Pump station.
Hello again, Mr. Clog. You've really let yourself go.
Water cooler procedures. Simulacrum. Altered item 53 KE. No unique procedures required. If the item's form is different than any previously reported, then make a note describing the new form. The object's true shape and appearance are unknown. It has been known to take the form of the following objects: ring of keys, lunchbox, wrench, microscope, stapler, glasses, mail tube, and spoon. The item is able to adopt the physical form of items in its immediate vicinity. The item is capable of limited physical movement, repositioning itself whenever it changes form. This only occurs when it is unobserved, physically and digitally. Because of this, the transition between shapes has never been observed. Reciting formula I-14 or I-32 causes the item to reveal itself by shuddering. The item was initially discovered within the Bureau itself. Whether an agent brought it inside, intentionally or otherwise, or it resided here prior to the Bureau's arrival to the oldest house, is unknown.
should go down there to clear out the rest of it.
Hey there, Templar. How's it going?
I sincerely hope we never meet again.
Templar, good. You're working on a guitar right now. A little customization. Oh, that's really cool. That's great to take what is already there, but then customize it to your liking. That's cool. It's been an on and off project. Shit's not cheap to do. I imagine not, no. Especially depending on what you want to do as well. Imagine it gets more expensive. Especially when you get to changing the electronics. Oh yeah. Imagine that shit's really expensive. So what kinds of things are you doing to customize it aside from like electronics and stuff? Like is there any surface details and stuff that you want to do? You're changing up the pick guard and painting on it. Oh, that's cool. Hey there, Godfather Al, President of the Australian Bureau of Game Completion. Nice one, I like that one. How's it going, Godfather Al? Welcome. Templar, it said Tequila Sunrise Stratocaster, and you decided to change the white pickguard to one with the Mexican flag, and you're writing on the front, Viva Mexico Cabrones. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's good to put like any kind of message you'd want to put on the guitar as well. Templar. As for electronics, you've got some Eddie Van Halen brand ones, so you're swapping those with the stock ones. Those are definitely the most expensive, like $200 per each pickup, so it's $600 for the 3 you need. That's definitely a great example of how expensive it is, like, absolutely. That's a lot. Now we need to talk to the plants. I love this side mission. So funny. But if they were enough to make him play like that, then you'll fork up the cash. Oh yeah. That's the thing, right? Like, it's always a case of what is the potential value that you'll get out of it. You know, not just, you know, financial value, if you do decide to, like, you know, sell it down the line, but also what kind of, you know, fun value it might have, or usefulness.
Talk to the plants. Small talk was never really my strong suit. At least they can't talk back.
I hope your day has been productive, little plant. That really works, huh? I hope those nasty hiss haven't been bothering you too much.
Templar, last thing you're doing is writing Anthony on the headstock as an inside joke. Your dad's name is Antonio, but he said if you or your sister named a kid Anthony after his name, he would be pissed. You won't name a kid Anthony, but you'll name your signature guitar that. You can resist it if you have to do it. That's a nice idea to do.
I wish my leaves were as pretty as yours. Do you have a family? I have a brother. I miss him a lot.
Templar, you kind of want to get a leather guitar strap that looks like a bandolier, kind of like what the Mexican revolutionaries would wear. Now that would actually be cool. That would also complement the other aspects of the guitar that you're altering. That's cool.
They say I'm the director, but what does that mean? I have no experience in leadership roles. I have no on-the-job training.
Well, Jesse, this is your on-the-job training. Being thrown in the extreme deep end, becoming director of a bureau of control that is under attack by, interdimensionary beings. I think this counts as on-the-job training. Threshold utility. Utilization of paranatural elements. Thresholds. Thresholds have always been sources of great inspiration and great challenge. When a new threshold manifests in the oldest house by Redacted, we never know what the new discoveries it will provide to the Bureau, but we must always seize these opportunities. This report will examine the process of distinguishing recent threshold effects based on their utilitarian possibilities. The quarry brought Blackrock, one of our most invaluable discoveries, but if the mold has any scientific value, it has been difficult to find due to the lengths we must go to in fighting back the particularly prolific plant. These are very distinct cases and worth comparing as their study offers vastly different dangers and rewards. Refer to file 594-1284 for full report. Templar, your dad's really the inspiration for it because he's patriotic to Mexico through and through and talks highly of the revolutionaries. You thought US guitars had been overdone to death, so why not embrace the other part of your heritage with a guitar? Oh, absolutely, Templar. It's always good to branch out and do something different, and actually not always just stick to one side of things, Templar, Mexico is definitely a poor country with high crime, but it will definitely make you feel at home. Yeah. Well, that's the unfortunate thing too about a lot of places everywhere around the world is, you have that crime element that can really bring things down, especially, not only people living there, but also people who are visiting as well. But it's always good to see that there's also the other side of things, which is celebrated and allows people to, enjoy their lives and where they're living. when you go from the US to Mexico, you don't see it as a vacation, you see it as a second home. That's a great way of seeing things as well. You know, like it's a place that you know that feels like home, and that you've got people there that will help you make, you know, your experience add to that, you know, that feeling of it being another home. Templar, Mexico's people are a proud bunch, and they celebrate the glory they once had instead of being bitter about it. Like, remember the good times, not the bad ones. Yeah, I think it's important to try and do that as much as possible, you know, because that's the thing about life as well. It'd be awesome if there was no negative things to have to worry about, and you could only experience positive things, but, you know, that's just definitely not realistic. So it's best to appreciate what you have that is positive and celebrate those aspects. Hey there, Ronnie. How's it going, dude? Templar, only thing is we're very competitive. Well, that's definitely something that, you know, I think a lot of people can relate to, you know, a competitive nature and wanting to, you know, celebrate that as well, you know, in different ways. Ronnie, you live just a few miles from Mexico and you go there as often as possible. That'd be cool as well, Ronnie, to be so close. So if you ever feel like even just going for like a day trip or something like that, you can just go there and do some things, and then, you know, if you want to stay there longer, you know, stay somewhere overnight. But if you want to go back home, you know, at least you don't have to travel that much. Templar, you would go back more often again, but you haven't renewed your passport. Oh, that's fair enough. Ronnie, you love Ensenada. It is one of your homes. Oh, that's great, Ronnie, as well. It's good to have like a favorite spot. Ah, here we go. Here's the plant.
Your chlorophyll really brings out the green in your leaves.
That's all of them. But I kind of wish there were more. They're good listeners.
Achievement unlocked. The importance of synergy. Completed 5 side missions. There we go, we spoke to the plants. To help them grow. Templar says, fucking hours, can't make it to do that. Border Patrol can be a pain in the ass though. Yeah. Speaking of that, I often sometimes like to watch those shows where it shows people trying to bring in all sorts of things. And the people trying to bring in food expecting that every single country around the world is just going to accept any food that gets brought. You know what I mean? Like, you would think common sense would be like, maybe there's some countries that certain foods won't be allowed into, so I'll just leave them at home and just buy whatever I need to when I get there. Ronnie, for your wife and you, it is your home in San Diego, the Bellagio in Las Vegas, and some little places in Ensenada that we can use to reset. Well, that's good too, as well. That's another great reason to have places like that where you know that you can relax and use them as like a chill out place as well. Templar, it's easy to get into Mexico, but it's hard as fuck to get back to the US. Ronnie, the last time you came back from Mexico, it was like 4 hours crossing the border. Was it really? Holy shit. That is a long time. Okay, so I've got a weapon armor damage that is plus 37, but there's one here which is plus 56, so we'll equip that one. Then I can deconstruct that one. Alright, let's go do this. Go to the NSC power plant.
Is Dr. Darling's penmanship intentionally this bad?
Maybe he's trying to test our code breaking skills.
Ronnie, 4 hours for the last mile. It was nuts. Holy shit, 1 mile being 4 hours long to have to get through. Bloody hell. Spectrum, alright. It's your bedtime. Good night. Thanks for the stream. That's totally understandable, Spectrum. Thank you so much for watching the stream. I really appreciate it. And I hope that you have a great sleep as well. And catch you next time. I'll be streaming this again, so you'll most likely see me streaming this. Templar, going to Mexico, it's like you can just walk into the country and they won't care. Going back to the US, they're like, okay, sir, let's check your trunk. Okay, now let's do a strip search. So please, arms to your side, legs apart, and spread your cheeks. Yeah, have to go through a whole process. But I guess that's the thing, right? Like, you know, one way is one way, but the other way has to be another way. Ah, now we can access this room. It's level 5. But let's see if we can get to this power plant. fair enough. If you die when that's active, it fails automatically. Alright. Don't have levitate yet, so there's areas that I can't get to quickly, easily. Oh well. So much for that. Still don't know where the hypnosis lab is. Ronnie, you're still loving the Spider-Man Remastered game. You don't think it's a good game for streaming. You have not gone live for more than a week. Your plan is to still do the 2.5D games. You wonder if people would be interested in watching the Spider-Man game. You feel that you have to be too focused on the game and chat would suffer. Well, I think, dude, any game potentially can do that. Like, that's why you'll notice when I stream sometimes, it'll take me a while to respond to chat because depending on what I'm doing in the game, it might be something that requires a certain level of concentration from me, especially when there's like intricate things. So I guess it just depends on the game, really. Like, I haven't played that Spider-Man game myself, but I've watched Crooked play it, and there's a lot of, you know, traversal stuff, like swinging through the streets and making sure that, you know, you're not running into buildings and stuff. So, but I imagine it's, you know, like any game like GTA or even Red Dead Redemption, you know, with the driving in GTA or the horse riding in Red Dead, you know, I mean, even I will crash a horse in Red Dead 2, you know, because I'm looking at chat at the time. But yeah, I don't think there's many games that, you know, are kind of immune from some kind of, like, you know, if you look away from the screen temporarily, you know, there might be a random enemy that jumps in front of you that you don't notice because you're not looking at the thing, you know. But I guess at the end of the day too, it just depends on what you feel comfortable streaming. You know, if there's any games that you feel that aren't what you would like to stream, then definitely don't force yourself to. You know what you mean? You know what I mean? It's like, there's nothing worse than trying to force yourself to do something as a streamer. Ronnie, true, you've crashed more than a few horses while streaming. Yeah, you know, and it's just part of the whole experience. Like I watch some streamers, especially speedrunners, who can keep up with chat constantly while still doing fast stuff in the game, you know. But I just can't do that personally. Like I need to concentrate, you know, a lot sometimes on what I'm actually doing in a game. Like if I'm running around roaming somewhere, it's not that bad. I can sort of do that. But yeah, when there's like very intricate gameplay things happening, I can't, you know, do them competently and then talk at the same time as well. And sometimes I'll go around in circles in the game because I guess my my gaming mind is wanting to make sure that I'm not putting myself in a position in the game where I could die. You know what I mean? So that's why you'll see me roam around the same places over and over again, because I know they're like safe places. Let's do this. Dr. Underhill. Research Underhill's lab. research sector. Ronnie, the other problem is you don't have a great hat for the Spider-Man game. You'll just have to wear something researchy. Well, I guess too, you do have Dr. Otto Octavius in that Spider-Man game. So there might be something that you could do related to that. Do you have any hat with an octopus on it? I think Underhill's lab's down this way. Ronnie, you're thinking about a classic New York Mets hat, as it is well established that Peter Parker is a Mets fan. Well, that's actually a good idea. If you could wear that, if you want to stream the Spider-Man game. How much of the game have you played, dude, off stream? It's like, chill out, dude. Jesse's the director of this organization now.
Excuse me? Are you lost? Do you normally barge into people's private workspaces?
She clearly doesn't know who she's talking to.
Shouldn't you be in a safe room?
Why? Because of those hiss things the Rangers keep going on about. Haven't you people sorted that out yet? The situation down here could spell doom for the Bureau.
You mean this mold?
Correct. Perhaps you could help me. I require samples of various mold strains, and the mold has made the environment far too dangerous for me to fetch them myself.
Really? Mold samples? I thought this could spell doom.
It could, and it will, whoever you are. The mold is spreading. We need to find the source before it spreads too far.
And these samples will do that?
No. Samples of 5 unique strains, when blended properly, will allow you to travel deeper into the pit where I've pinpointed the approximate location of the source of the mold.
Okay. So what do these samples look like?
Similar to the one on my table there. I've made a list of the samples I need. Here. You'll find them throughout the threshold.
I'll take a look. My name's Jessie, by the way.
I'm sure it is.
Have you worked at the FBC very long?
Not long enough to understand their inane methodology. They want me to solve the mold, but how is one to solve anything when the basic molecular structure of this fungus is an utter enigma?
Oh, sorry, are you asking me?
It's rhetorical. The Bureau wants to control, not comprehend. But to answer your question, I'm a seasoned threshold researcher that's been brought in on a provisional basis to resolve this matter.
That's all you had to say.
What have you learned about the mold?
Firstly, the term mold is a gross oversimplification used only to ease communication. That said, the mold itself appears to be the product of complex microorganisms. They spin the mold, building structures like minuscule cities, swiftly colonizing our dimension, and the speed of these tiny engineers relative to their size is simply staggering.
So it grows fast.
If you're not going to listen, then why did you ask?
So the mold is coming in from where?
We don't have a name for the threshold dimension. The origin point has been identified, but the density of the fungus makes it impossible to enter. Even if we could, I speculate that we would only find a reality entirely subsumed by the fungus. Total decomposition.
It's weird how excited she is, right?
What do you know about the hiss?
How could I know anything about an entity I've only just learned of? This is exactly the Bureau's problem. My work is always interrupted by these superfluous matters.
Calm down. Just keep your HRA on and I'm sure you'll be fine.
This crude thing? I thought it was Darling's idea of a practical joke.
Not quite. Just keep your head down while I handle the hiss. I need to get going.
Try not to transport any spores outside the infected areas.
Threshold Utility Counter Essay. Alternative perspective regarding Threshold's utility research. Dr. Darling's recently penned essay titled Redacted contains some glaring omissions that I feel I must shine a light on. Firstly, the entire premise of the essay is that the quarry threshold is beneficial to the Bureau, while the mold is actively hostile, to use his words. We cannot determine the worth of these dimensions and their life forms using bureaucratic definitions. Secondly, the mold is much more beneficial than some rock. If the redacted creating the mold were reconfigured in their purpose, the structures they could build would rival the greatest skyscrapers. The mold's resistance to various strains of disease we've attempted to introduce could be derived into redacted. Yes, admittedly, this application is more difficult than picking up a rock and gluing it to a wall, but I pause to wonder when the Bureau lost its eagerness for a challenge. Refer to file 235-1863 for full report. Don't let mold hitch a ride. Perform daily body checks for foreign plant matter. Lab coats must be worn in this area, unless you are the director of the Federal Bureau of Control like Jesse Faden, and you don't need to wear lab coats. Mold threshold, progress report, active threshold / mold research. So you want to know how my mold research is getting on, Casper? Here it is. Microscopic organisms, similar in appearance to redacted, construct the architecture of the mold. I do not understand if these redacted are the original disseminators of the mold or are bitten by some fungal infection. The mold is the most prolific and durable organism I've ever seen. I theorize there is a mold source located somewhere on our side of the threshold, rooted here to accelerate growth in our dimension. I refer to this yet unknown source as Mold-1. The mold produces an enticing aroma to encourage human consumption of itself. It propagates in the chest cavity and quickly subsumes the entire body, seizing control of motor functions. This behavior was not observed when I first arrived, which means the mold has adapted to our presence, targeting our biological imperatives as a way to spread. It is a truly ingenious little thing. A full report will be ready soon. Keep your slacks on. That's right, I forgot. The mold in this game actually makes the person want to eat it. Ugh. Underhill, checking in. Hello, Raya. How is it going down there? Enjoying the mold so far? Settling back into life at the old FBC? I also wanted to ask how your coffee with Emily went. She's a star on the rise, incredibly bright, extremely intuitive, but I want to hear what you thought of her. I think you two could be very good on a project together, could learn a lot from each other. Let's get together and chat about it soon. Anyway, sorry for the interruption. I'm sure you can't think of anything besides the mold right now. You always were a woman of focus. I always admired that about you. Talk soon, Casper.
Director. Come to visit, Director?
Smells so sweet down here. I'm really hungry. I wonder how this mold tastes.
No, I wouldn't do that if I were you. Pink Flamingo, altered item 46-KE. Agents noticed a transient commonly found outside the entrance of the Bureau headquarters would carry the item and loudly claim to be responsible for the lack of inclement weather. The frequency of these claims attracted the personal interest of Dr. Darling. In interviews disguised as casual conversations, the transient reported that the item gives me clouds when it's hot and sun when it's not. An event of note occurred during a heavy downpour when the vagrant was witnessed performing a possible ritual with the item. See item PAI 1372 for a detailed observation. Dr. Darling reported a wait of redacted seconds before the rain stopped. The vagrant was seized the next day. After redacted, he was found to possess no redacted and was released. The item remains in Bureau custody under suspicion of altered status, though this still has not been proven. All known variations of identification formulas have failed to elicit a response from the item. And that was acquisition date 1997.
Those people?
Careful in there, man. Area's under quarantine. Even if you have, I still.
What is it then?
Bremen Basket, altered item 54UE. Item to be restored in a black rock panelled cell. Keep away from lab animals when not in use. A simple wicker basket with cloth lining, no food items inside. The item produces a hypnotic effect that solely affects non-human animals, forcing them to congregate passively around the object. Animals from every genus and species that have thus far been tested are susceptible. Single-cell organisms do not appear to react to the effect. Appendix 697. Item was taken to a forest upstate for testing. Results of the test provided contradicting data as some of the attracted animals exhibited hyper-aggressive behavior. The exercise unfortunately resulted in redacted. Further testing should be restricted to more low-risk animal species with medical staff on standby. Hey there, Game God. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Not too badly. Been dying a few times with some enemies, but overall going really well. Alright, let's increase our health again. There we go, and only one more health upgrade left. Let's get the ability to launch large objects. And may as well get the last health upgrade now. There we go. Additional personal mod slot is now available. Excellent. Energy recovery speed, that might be good to have, so I'll put that on.
Down here.
Yes?
This place is fucking weird. This is what's weird about a bunch of monks?
found one. This must be one of the samples.
Hey there, Jeremy. Hey there, Afro Heart. Welcome to you both. A little bit of cat jamming there. Not actually sure, Afro, which one this is. Yeah, it sounds good, actually. I don't know whether it's a song that was licensed for the game, or whether it was one that was made for the game. There's a band called Poets of the Fall which collaborate with Remedy on a lot of their games, but I don't think it's one of their songs. Came home to find my kids had been on eBay all day. If they're still there tomorrow, I'll lower the price. Oh my god.
This looks like a good one.
very busy up there. Have you collected the samples yet?
I need to get going.
Try not to transport any spores outside the infect director.
Guard duty down here. This place is fucking weird.
This is nothing. The clocks? Now that's weird.
What's weird about a bunch of clocks?
Shut up! I think that's the new director.
Rosie, why is this game called Control, do you think? Well, number one, the actual bureau that we're the director of is called the Federal Bureau of Control. And I guess the idea is that they're controlling interdimensional and supernatural, paranatural, paranormal phenomena. And they're trying to maintain control of it. And also, symbolically, I think it means the fact that we're trying to take control of this situation as well, with the hiss taking over everyone. Plus control as in, you know, being able to use things, control things. So Jessie being able to control items by just willing them near her and then, you know, doing that as well. So those are the facts of the matter. Yeah. Does the game say anything about control? I don't know, to be honest. I just know that the Bureau is called the Bureau of Control. And they probably called it that because they're controlling, or trying to control, these supernatural things that are going on around the world. Running off to bed, you'll look for the night, you almost have 400,000 channel points, you'll soon have all the random horror quotes you could ever desire. That's completely understandable, Ronnie. There's no worries at all. I hope that you have a good rest. Thank you so much for joining. And thank you for leaving the lurk as well. I want to highly recommend people check out Dr. Ronnie's channel if you haven't before. His most recent playthrough that he did was of Detroit Become Human. He's doing a offline playthrough of Spider-Man Remastered at the moment, which he may end up streaming as well. If not, he's looking to stream Assassin's Creed Chronicles trilogy, the 2.5D Assassin's Creed games. He's actually a scientist in real life. He's working in the field of regenerative medicine, working on cures for diseases like Parkinson's and MS. And whenever he streams, he wears a hat, and he changes what hat he's wearing depending on what game he's playing. Very entertaining streamer, very good with chat, has a great chill atmosphere. So I highly recommend checking out his channel if you haven't before. Rosie, you would expect a theme saying that you can't control everything. Well, I guess you could say that is a theme, considering everything is out of control at the moment. Oh, really, Rosie? Hopefully there is a way to get a cure for that. You know, it's just these things that have been around for a long time. It'd be great to get a cure for those. Jeremy, you have Parks. Good luck on your studies. That's great that there's you know, work being done on a cure for that as well. It's just you know, so debilitating it looks like as well. I mean, I don't have any personal experience with that myself, but it does seem like a very debilitating, what's the word? There's a word I'm thinking of, but I'm not saying it properly. Debilitating. I think that's the word. be great to have cures for those.
We don't want to have to come save you. Seriously.
Ronnie, your PhD thesis was centered around a publication of a very probable stem cell based treatment for MS. I really do hope that it's one of those things that we can cure, you know? I mean, there's obviously so many things that are still around that you know, we still need to get rid of. Ronnie, your mantra is that MS will leave the planet before you do. It's definitely a good, strong, you know, motivator as well, you know, and to have that drive and that determination to work towards that as well. Especially when, you know, so many people obviously can, you know, get into a state where they feel like all is lost, you know, so it's always good to have someone that's working towards trying to cure these things. Ronnie, MS killed your mom. You can't let that go. You've spent your life being a part of the solution to that problem. But you're also a big fan of Red Dead Redemption 2, but honestly, you hate MS even more than you hate Micah, and that is saying something. So very sorry to hear that that's what the cause was, Ronnie, you know. Really sorry to hear about that. It's one of those things that, you know, I imagine would never get easy, and definitely understandable to hate MS with a passion and want to do as much as you possibly can to work towards a cure for it. I don't blame you either. You know, I think there's so much stuff that is more more hate-deserving than a fictional character in a video game. That's for sure. Synchronicity Experiment. Examination of paranatural topics. Experimentation with global synchronicity. As a test, television sets were placed in a variety of locations around the world inside rooms identically decorated. The hypothesis was that by identically altering the decor of every room, and then changing the channel in every room but one, that the single differing television would spontaneously align the incoming frequency to match its synchronized counterparts. The experiment seemed like a failure until it was observed that the agents responsible for arranging and monitoring these rooms were all experiencing the same emotional turmoil as one clinically depressed member of the team, himself being located in the eastern part of Redacted. Psychological examination of the agents proved the correlation. Interestingly, the phenomenon of synchronicity did occur, but not in the way we predicted. Refer to file 1873452 for full report. Yeah, that really is Rosie for sure. Next level hatred. Ronnie, you just feel like multiple sclerosis messed with the wrong kid. You have the skills to finish it. Honestly, in the next 5 to 10 years, we will have finished that disease. Well, that's definitely the other thing too. You know, having such a personal reason to actually want to work on defeating MS is definitely one of those things where something that is obviously, you know, tragic, there's some kind of, you know, positive thing that's come out of that, which is your drive and determination. Hey there, Drake. Welcome, dude. How's it going? He hasn't lost control. It's Rod. Not yet, anyway. How's it going, Drake? Drake. You asked every doc out there and they said, nope, can't cure Monday sickness. Yeah. That's something else that would be good to get rid of. Ronnie, the work that was the centerpiece of your thesis is currently being protected under an international patent. When that is complete, you'll be able to license it to raise funds and get treatment for anyone with MS. Well, it is hard to fight someone with a case of the Mondays. That's actually excellent. Ronnie, you know that you've got that happening as well, like it's under a patent already. Once you get to that stage, that's going to be great. Drake, Sculptor. Ah, yes, one of my greatest creations. Control. Ooh, ammo. Sculptor. No. Pretty much. Like, how could you do that? Hey, Mr. Goatee. Welcome, dude. Hey there, Timmy. Welcome, dude. How's things going? Jesse's just having to deal with some mold.
Careful down there. You don't want to have to come save you. Seriously.
Come to visit, Director? Let's carry on then.
Timmy, not much you can't sleep. Oh no, man. I really hate when that happens. Hopefully you can get to sleep as soon as possible. That really sucks, especially when you really want to get to sleep. Drake, Rod, is Jessie a telepath by any chances? Well, I think she might be, because of the entity that when she was a teenager, her and her brother found this entity, and it's been with them ever since then, and it kind of acts as like a telepathic entity, I think, as well as like an empathetic one also. Ronnie, okay, now you're off to bed for real. Have an awesome time, everybody, and I'll spread details about the multiple sclerosis charity streams as soon as you have the details. Absolutely, dude. That's actually going to be really great too when you do those streams, those charity streams. That's excellent, man. Thank you so much for being here, dude. I really hope you have a great rest. You take care of yourself, and definitely catch you again soon. Carla, file received. Thank you for the file, it was very helpful. I've re-archived it with the Black Rock research in case you need to refer to them again. Yes, the video shoots are always interesting. I expect my availability for those to decrease in the future, however, as my analysis of this newly discovered Black Rock variant is reaching a critical point. I hope you will be able to attend them still. Darling seems to be under a lot of pressure lately, and I'm sure he would appreciate any support you can provide. Regarding the analysis you provided, I do not have any questions. Thank you for the expeditious delivery. Regards, Research Specialist Dr. Carla Vaughn, Federal Bureau of Control. That's okay, Drake. Absolutely no worries, dude. I'll catch you when you get back. Rituals. Examination of paranatural topics. Tangible effect of rituals. Obsessive-compulsive disorder, hoarding, anxiety disorders. While certain manifestations of these conditions are simply the result of mental illness, sometimes the individuals are simply performing redacted called rituals. The redacted of rituals can vary. Numerology, dream logic, forfeiture, verbal formulae, repetitive action, and causal tethering are just some of the procedures involved. Some rituals are consistent, such as pulling the light switch cord 3 times to enter the motel, but some are erratic. While most people engage in minor rituals every day, the vast majority do not understand the importance behind their actions. Avoiding disaster, amassing luck, or simply locating lost keys are all the results of daily rituals. Individuals who recognize the deeper meaning behind these compulsive actions are inherently aware of the paranatural world and, when located, should be considered for employment at the Bureau. Refer to file redacted for full report. Shit. That was lucky. Christ. Alright, I'm going to abandon doing this mold shit for a while and actually go and do the main story mission. Because I'm probably going to need the levitate ability.
Every time I think it makes sense, the pattern shifts.
What can I help with? Hi, Jesse.
I should be going. Enjoy your data.
Oh, I will. Lots to do.
Notice followed you in, right?
Containment sector. Panopticon. Altered items. Maximum security prison. Dangerous.
The containment sector, the Panopticon, is home to the altered items we find and contain. It is a maximum security prison. It's a vault for the most valuable treasures on Earth. It's a powder keg big enough to blow this world to dust. A temple, a place of worship filled with idols of angry gods. It's all of these, and none of them. It's something more profound, unbelievable, unknowable. Something worse. Altered items. We've found many. They appear mundane, but nothing could be further from the truth. They're all powerful, dangerous. They press heavy on our minds because that's their nature. They've been altered because we can't stop thinking about them. We put them on altars because they're used to being worshipped. This keeps them calm. We contain them, but they don't want to be controlled. We study them to discover what makes them tick. If this place were ever breached, it would be chaos of biblical proportions.
Chaos of biblical proportions. Dogs and cats living together. Mass hysteria.
This week, any documents that suddenly appear pink, light red. Reminder. This week, any documents that suddenly appear pink, light red, or any shade in between must be incinerated immediately. Failure to do so will result in termination and possible bodily harm. Thank you for your attention.
Examination of paranatural topics, object of power and altered item distinctions. While altered items and objects of power may seem similar at first, it's important to note some very key distinctions. Firstly, objects of power grant parautilitarian abilities. See file PUT 812 for an introduction to the subject. Secondly, objects of power translocate anyone who makes physical contact to the astral plane. This is widely believed to be due to the redacted's affiliation with objects of power. Not every individual is allowed in the astral plane, which indicates the redacted evaluates who can or cannot enter. Thirdly, and this is not always the case, objects of power are much more paranaturally redacted than altered items. Looking at the specific criteria that defines an object of power, it is no wonder they are notably rarer than altered items. In fact, we have redacted altered items for every object of power contained within the Bureau. Refer to file 529-9485 for full report. I'm sure we all know what we mean when we say redacted is redacted. Everyone redacted knows that. It's so funny. It happens so often in this game that it becomes second nature for me when I'm reading out the things just to be like, such and such and such and such redacted was there, and then there was something redacted that happened, and then that day was redacted, and then something else went wrong, and then the redacted happened to be Mitch, and then Mitch was redacted because the redacted happened so fast that the redacted was just there.
Hello? I need some help here.
Someone needs help over there. Sounds like there's a man down.
AWE rising frequency. Processes and best practices, AWE frequency. For some time now, there has been a steady increase in the annual number of AWEs that the Bureau responds to. Between 2010 and 2015, we responded to redacted AWEs. For comparison, note that we only responded to redacted between 1995 and 2005. Is this rise the result of redacted improvement in our detection procedures, or perhaps simply coincidence? We cannot say for sure, which is why this proposal for an AWE task force to be created within the hierarchy of the investigation sector has been compiled. We need to spend more time examining what causes AWEs rather than just containing them. Refer to file 595-1737 for full report.
I'm here. What happened to you?
I got in a little scrap. Name's Horowitz.
Is he gonna be okay?
Don't look at me like that. I'm fine. But Wells is still in there. You gotta get him out.
Who's Wells?
My squad mate. We were hunting a runaway altered item. We followed it down into the clocks.
The clocks?
A threshold. The Bureau sealed it up years back because of all the clocks. We followed the altered item inside, but the way it was acting, we weren't ready. Me and Wells were the only ones to make it to the motel court. He was right behind me, but he never showed up on this side.
I'll go find him. But first, you need to get to a medic.
Wells is the medic. Please, you gotta get him out of there. I'll be fine, really. Roop can patch me up later.
Fine. But I'll be back for you.
I damn well hope so. Just use the motel cord there. It should get you into the clocks. Sorry, the threshold.
Alright, I don't exactly know how I managed to get all that correct, but there we go. Now we can access this door. Hey there, Spirit. Welcome. The clock does go spinny spinny. Very dizzying.
This Wells guy can't be far. Those must be the clocks he was talking about.
That's right. And it's also the clocks that the guards in the area where Underhill is with the mold was actually talking about too.
That must be our guy.
Shit.
Are you Wells? Your friend asked me to come looking for you.
That must be Horowitz. Glad he got out. I stayed back to help the others. Did a shit job of it, clearly.
You tried. That's enough. Horowitz needs your help now. How do we get out of here?
We should head back through the threshold. We can look for other survivors as we go.
We better hurry. Which way?
Just follow the blood. Let's go.
What's with the clocks?
Threshold effect. This used to be a regular office wing before the threshold manifested. The forces at play in there got a hold of someone's old clock and started duplicating it. Now the office is abandoned and its clock's all the way down.
That was so bizarre. They're the two scientists that have a thing for each other that, there's a couple of documents you can read where they're talking about the videos that Dr. Darling wants to film, talking about various things.
Think you can find a way around?
Let me see. So, you came down here for an altered item?
The anchor, yeah. Langston said it'd be a simple item retrieval. But the power that thing had, I've never seen anything like it.
Postbox Supplement, Jasper Postbox, Altered Item 31PE. Agents arrived in the town of Jasper Crossing, Arizona, after the Communications Department intercepted multiple phone calls to local authorities regarding frozen people in the streets. 4 of the 5 dispatched agents became paralyzed upon arriving at the scene. Additional assessment teams were dispatched. Variations of identification formulas were tried with ineffectual results. Agents resorted to using aerial photography to study the positioning of the paralyzed individuals. Soon after, agents discovered the event's epicenter to be the local post office. Unaffected agents cleared the area of all paralyzed civilians, animals, and Bureau personnel before beginning to study the item. Agents deemed susceptible to the item were tasked with interviewing and reinforming the public away from the site. The item was soon placed on a transport vehicle manned by unaffected agents. Air travel had been deemed too dangerous given the item's effect. Numerous reports of temporary paralysis were reported by civilians along the truck's route from Arizona to New York City.
Thanks. That's O'Neill. Shit. No one else got out.
Refrigerator supplement. Arctic Queen, altered item 10KE. Redacted interview 11/20/1974. Can you tell us why you left your building that day? I was running out to get eggs. There was that corner store on 30th. That's why I left Michael there on his own. Knew I wouldn't be gone long. He was drawing at the table when I left. Had his crayons out. Happy. The building came down when I was a block away. I ran back, started digging. City workers found Mikey later beside the fridge. The drawings hadn't come off. Tons of bricks fall on it, and those drawings are still there. How does that happen? You kept the refrigerator after the accident. Why? It still had his drawings. God must have kept them safe for a reason, right? I'd get home from work and stare at them all night. I was in a bad way back then. Why did you sell the fridge with your son's drawings still on it? They'd gotten stuck to it or something. I thought about cutting them off those magnets, but maybe it was better I didn't hold on to them, you know? Gotta move on, everyone says. What's my fridge got to do with the building collapse anyhow? End of relevant portion.
When it was clear we couldn't contain the altered item, Horowitz ordered a retreat. We got out, but Hiss were waiting for us. I took Horowitz to the motel court and went back for the others.
That was brave of you.
I'm the medic. It's my job.
Work chat, plane parts. Okay, Mr. Dead Dog, what do you think of this? You know that airplane we brought in? Like the actual proper airplane. Guess who they made catalogue every individual piece of that plane to be examined for suspected altered status. I had to count every bolt, nut, and piece of non-connected metal. And that's just on the exterior of the damn thing. Do you know how many pieces of hardware it takes to make an airplane? I do. I do! How meticulous of a thing that would have been to do that. I would have gone crazy. It'd be like taking a giant haystack and counting each individual strand of hay and making sure you get the number right.
Just keep going straight.
Jeremy's such a maze. Oh yeah, dude, you're not wrong about that. It's very easy to get sort of like lost in this game, even when you're using the map and keeping it on screen with you when you're going along. All these little kind of like nooks and crannies to try and find when you're traversing places.
Come on. The motel court is on the other side of logistics. Horowitz should still be there.
Mannequin supplement. Waste mannequin. Altered item 7KE. The item was last owned by Madame Redacted, an operatic performer from Berlin. After her career ended in a public scandal, she relocated to Redacted, Maine for reasons unknown. With her came the trappings of her old life, including this item. Locals report that she rarely left her home in the short years she spent in Redacted. After her death, caused by Redacted, the state held a public auction of her belongings, seeing as she had no known relatives. Various conflicting first-hand reports exist, but testimonies provided by witnesses of the event do contain some common elements. Most every witness saw numerous mannequins break through the house's windows, tumbling outside. Some witnesses report bright lights, some report high-pitched singing. These are unverified. Numerous civilians inside the house at the time of the incident were hospitalized for various injuries. 2 were crushed to death. Agents were dispatched upon seeing an article regarding these events during the Bureau's daily scans of national periodicals. The item was quickly identified and brought to the Bureau. So that was acquisition date 12/23/1967.
Let's go. Hold on. Something's wrong with him.
Shit.
He's been infected.
Horowitz. Oh, God, no.
Rest in
I should talk
peace,
to Wells.
Horowitz.
Make sure he's okay. I'm sorry about your friend.
Thanks. And thanks for coming to get me. Horowitz's HRA must have been damaged in the threshold. Guy never put himself first. At least the anchor altered item is still locked away down in the clocks. I hope it rots down there.
That altered item needs to be dealt with before it hurts anyone else. I should go back down and contain it.
Head to the executive sector, Wells. They could use a medic.
Thank you, Director. I'll go see what good I can do there.
Globe Procedures. Wolf Globe. Altered item 72PE. No unique procedures required, however contact should be limited as some report feeling disoriented after touching it. Item is handmade, set in dark wood. The item itself is lacquered, hand-painted, spins freely on all axes. While the continents and oceans are recognizably those of Earth, careful examination has revealed numerous redacted and other geographic additions that do not exist on our planet. One of these islands has a city marked on it named Tan Relio. There are no signatures left by its maker. Physical contact renders subjects dizzy and disoriented, with some reporting a feeling of unfamiliarity with their surroundings. This effect seems to grow worse with prolonged contact, culminating in a sense of listlessness and depression. Suicide has been observed in redacted handlers.
August 4th, 1964. We discovered the oldest house while investigating a suspected altered world event case in the New York City subway tunnels. The agents found their way up into the building. Once we became aware of it, it was there. For the rest of the population, it was hiding in plain sight. A slippery... blind spot, seemingly discouraging observation. August 4th, 1964. We discovered the oldest house while investigating a suspected altered world event case in the New York City subway tunnels. The agents found their way up into the building. Once we became aware of it, it was there. For the rest of the population, it was hiding in plain sight. A slippery blind spot, seemingly discouraging observation. It's a place of power, an ongoing AWE of its own, seemingly adhering to its physical outer constraints and yet constantly breaking the known boundaries of reality. It's unstable, shifting. Note, for more details on control points and the research and process to stabilize and secure the core sectors, refer to a separate presentation. After extensive research and investigation, the Bureau made the building its headquarters on November 13th, 1968. The Federal Bureau of Control was never out in the open. This was always an obfuscated, classified top-secret operation. So imagine our surprise when the building's observation-resistant aspects began in some unquantifiable way to affect the Bureau as a whole.
P6 is what the Bureau calls Dylan. His cell's been breached. Has the Hiss found him? Are you there with him? Can you protect him?
Shin, spoiler, the save room is not filled with safes. It isn't. Not a very safe room, then.
This is the safe room Will showed me. The one with the altered item inside.
Sealed Threshold account. Threshold Management Retrospective. Threshold 9D. Threshold with effect redacted manifested in the containment sector in the middle of the redacted department. Simultaneously, numerous redacted appeared in the area, injuring and killing many redacted. After rescue operations were completed and redacted, rangers were sent in to discover the Threshold's epicenter. The sheer amount of redacted made the expedition impossible. The area was sealed off after removing the clocks proved an impossible task. The department was relocated and the area abandoned. Researchers theorized the Threshold introduced unstable matter to our dimension, which adopted the form of the redacted as redacted, when introduced to more stable redacted. Refer to file 951-3981 for full report.
Great. More clocks. How am I supposed to get across that?
Alright, still can't do it yet because I don't have levitate. Shin, you still say this game is a Jedi training video game. Well, I guess the idea of moving things with your mind was also something that predates Star Wars and the Force as well, so I don't think Star Wars is inherently original by having someone able to use their mind to move stuff. So I wouldn't really call it anything related to, you know, Jedi or anything like that. Just similarities. Because Control is very much definitely, you know, not a Star Wars game. Telepathy is a common trope in sci-fi. Exactly. Yeah, it's an element of storytelling that can't be copyrighted to say that no one else is able to use it. Okay, so this is where I'm going to end the first stream of the day. Quit to main menu. So I'm going to be back in an hour's time to stream more Control. Just want to thank everyone for watching this stream. If you can't make it to the next one in an hour's time, that's completely fine. This will all be in the past broadcast anyway. My Wednesday game is also Control, so if you happen to miss the next stream of Control, which will still be on my Tuesday, then the next one you would see would be on Wednesday. So if you see me streaming Control, and it's like 24 hours from now, then you know that it's actually become Wednesday for me. But I'm going to be back in 1 hour's time with more Control. Shin, you prefer pyrokinesis and cryokinesis. Oh, telepathy and telekinesis, you mean? That's true, yeah. You know. But yeah, pyrokinesis and cryokinesis, I guess they would have their uses as well. But you wouldn't want to get someone who's a pyromaniac to have pyrokinesis, otherwise you get a very dangerous combination. Indeed, Jeremy. I thought the same thing too, you know. I'm so glad that you agree, redacted, redacted, redacted. Exactly. We're on the same page. I hope that everyone has a good one. And for those who can make it back in an hour's time, I will see you then. If you can't, that's completely fine. Catch you in another stream.